On KSL News Radio, I'm Tim Hughes with a look at some of our top stories. 2 people have died while riding e-scooters in Salt Lake City in just the past month. And Mark Wyan with the Salt Lake City Police Department says we are about to hit the most dangerous season for riders.
Now that the weather's getting nicer, we are going to see more people out and about in the city, whether it's on foot, bicycle, scooters. And so we all have an equal part or, a shared responsibility to be on the lookout for our surroundings.
Data from the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission shows most e-scooter accidents happen between May and October. They also found e-scooter accidents have continued to rise in recent years. E-scooters were involved in 111 deaths between 2017 and 2022. The man hit and killed on a scooter this weekend has been identified as 41-year-old Ismail Ontiveros. He was hit and killed near 800 West North Temple. Police say impairment may have been a factor. Our top national stories this hour from ABC News. The Biden administration has finalized the first ever minimum staffing rule at nursing homes. The mandate requires at least 3.4 hours of nursing care per resident per day. This only applies to facilities that receive federal funding, but it also requires a registered nurse to be on site at all times. Some facilities are saying that they won't be able to fulfill the new requirement, and that means they may have to close. Your money at this moment, markets have been in good shape all morning, finished good yesterday too. We're up another 231 on the Dow. The S&P is up 53 or 1%, and the NASDAQ is up 1.4% this hour. Coming up, warming through tomorrow, but things will change again Thursday, Friday. We've got some rain in the forecast we'll tell you about. KSL News Time 9:02.
It's a priority for us at this station to bring you all sides of a story and to talk about the news fairly, completely.
Get all the facts and be really aware. Utah's Morning News with us, Tim and Amanda.
Weekday mornings 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Introducing Peach Doors and Windows. Are you ready to upgrade your home with stunning new windows but are overwhelmed with how to begin? Look no further than Peach Windows. You know at Peach, they are all about giving you options. Peach offers a wide selection of wood windows, sleek modern black metal frames, European tilt and turn windows, plus much, much more. It's not just about looks, it's about durability and security to protect what matters most. Let them help you find the perfect match for your home, budget, and personal style. Visit their showroom and see for yourself. No pushy sales tactics, only guidance from their experienced staff. No inflated markups just to offer so-called discounts. See their 5-star reviews where customers rate them on their attention to detail through every step of the sale and installation process. Amazing home transformations begin with windows and doors. Serving Logan to St. George, just Google Peach Building to see for yourself.
Hey, have you saved more than $200,000 in an IRA or 401k? You may not realize it now, but you've got a big problem on your hands. And that problem is taxes. Because if you don't take advantage of some tax planning strategies now, Uncle Sam could take a big chunk of your hard-earned retirement savings. Learn how you could reduce the taxes on your IRA and 401k with a free retirement tax savings analysis. It's from Boss Retirement Solutions. If you've saved more than $200,000, schedule your free tax strategy session now by calling 801-896-9622. Discover the tax planning strategies that could dramatically reduce your taxes in retirement. Call 801-896-9622. That's 801-896-9622.
Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC-registered investment advisory firm. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
Hi, everyone. It's Congressman Blake Moore here. As I've listened to your concerns during my recent in-person and telephone town halls, one thing is clear. Utahns are concerned about border security. According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, the Biden administration's policies have allowed for over 8.5 million encounters nationwide, including over 7 million at the southern border, more than ever before in American history. Record amounts of fentanyl have come through our borders and led to heartbreaking outcomes for families who have lost loved ones to overdoses. For the sake of our community's safety and national security, something must change. This is why House Republicans swiftly passed the Secure the Border Act of 2023 to strengthen our southern border with new technologies, increase the number of Border Patrol agents, end catch and release, and require transparency from the Department of Homeland Security. I will keep fighting to make First District communities safer, and I encourage you to sign up for my weekly e-newsletter and follow me on social media at Rep. Blakemore to stay updated on my efforts. Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Well, we almost made it through the morning without emergency traffic, but here we go. Brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Where are we looking at, Heather?
Well, it's the northbound I-15 delays as you come from Utah County into the Salt Lake Valley. 8 miles of traffic that is just crawling from 2100 north in Lehigh all the way up to Bangerter Highway. That appears to be due to a helicopter that's been hovering over IKEA all morning long. Once you get past that, you have more stop-and-go traffic just after 7200 south in Midvale, up to 33rd south near the on-ramp where we have a crash involving multiple vehicles. One of them is facing backwards. You've got some on the left shoulder, some on the right, so that's just keeping things at a crawl through there as well. Revere Health encourages you to schedule your preventative care and annual checkups to help increase the potential to live your most healthy and active life. Revere Health, your partner in health, your partner in life. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
We'll have another warm day today, highs reaching 74. Tomorrow, the warmest of the 7-day period will jump to 80, but it's the warm before the storm with rain coming on Thursday. Matt telling us most likely rain coming on Friday. And right now in Salt Lake City, it's 54 degrees. From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, I'm Tim Hughes. Listen online at KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Oh, Dave and I just watching the monitors here in studio this morning and seeing that we're in day 2 of testimony in former President Trump's criminal trial back in New York. And good news for everybody who's listening, Dave, is we cannot take them live inside the courtroom. We will not be taking you live inside the courtroom. There are no cameras.
You would turn into OJ. Like, it's all we would be talking about if there were cameras in this place. But you're right. No cameras, no audio. But the second day of testimony is about to begin. It's 9:07. It's time for the launch.
Sequence engaged.
And the launch is brought to you by Master Electrical Services, home of the upfront pricing guarantee. And here are the 3 things that Debbie wants you to know.
Countdown. 3.
We talk about lots of different side effects and positive side effects from these new injectable weight loss drugs. But how about a baby? How about a baby being one of the side effects? They're calling them, Dave, Ozempic babies.
Okay.
These injectable drugs that are kind of newer on the market for weight loss seem to be making women more fertile. Question is it the weight loss itself? Is it the hormone? Well, at 10:05, we're going to bounce the infertility or the fertility questions that we have about Ozempic and other weight loss drugs off an OBGYN who's calling the show.
This is really, really very, very fascinating because if you're struggling to get pregnant and there's a way that maybe improves your chances outside of IVF, because IVF is brutally and prohibitively expensive in many cases. If there's a cheaper option, that would be incredible.
Countdown. 2.
Residents in California are producing so much solar power off those rooftop panels they plop on their homes. They don't know what to do with it, and a lot of it just goes unused. So during the show yesterday, we asked our listeners how they feel about their solar panels, the ones they have on their homes here in Utah. And we got some varied experiences.
Yep, it's very well worth it for us, but we're really happy.
No, it was a scam. That's how me and my husband personally feel, and it's embarrassing to us that we have solar panels on our roof that everyone can see that we were scammed.
Embarrassing that everyone can see the solar panels on our roof and see that we got scammed. We wanted to reach out to Rocky Mountain Power and figure out why are we having such different experiences from listeners here in Utah. They're going to walk us through why some people love it and others think it's a scam.
Launch countdown. 1.
I could not wait to debate this one with Dave. There's been a lot of firings at Google, not because the company is, downsizing or it's, been overstaffed for a while, but for staging protests in the workplace. So far, 50 gone. You're fired. At issue, $1 billion contract, Dave, that Google has with Israel and its military for AI facial recognition, among other things.
Google, you can hide. We charge you with genocide.
Whoa! We charge you with genocide? That's coming from the employees? They had to have known they were getting fired. Like, that they weren't going to make it, not just to the end of the day, they weren't going to make it to lunch. You can't be surprised, right?
Dave and Dujanovic.
The launch.
Commence.
Talking politics at work? Ooh, that's one thing. But when you start taking over the CEO's office, you're fired. So let's start, Dave, with the news report out of San Francisco.
A group of employees even occupied Google Cloud CEO Thomas Kurian's office. They shared letters from fellow workers during a live stream speaking out against the harassment, mistreatment, and censorship of Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim Googlers.
I am not proud to work for Google. I am ashamed to work for Google.
Well, you no longer work for Google. You just solved that. Don't worry. You took care of it yourself. You're ashamed to work for Google. Problem solved.
I want to debate this in just a moment, but first, I want to get more of the backstory from ABC News' Jim Ryan, with the build-up to these 50 firings.
The group No Tech for Apartheid has led the demonstrations at Google offices in New York and California, primarily targeting Project Nimbus, the cloud computing software Google sells to the Israeli government.
I would not like to lose my job,
says California Googler Iman Hassim.
It is impossible for me to continue coming into work without loudly condemning Project Nimbus.
Google CEO Sundar Pichai has made clear that he wants no politics in the workplace. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
So, you and I share our opinions 3 hours a day. It's all we do. We are just, here's our thoughts on politics. Here's our thoughts on everything imaginable. So I'm sympathetic to the thought that wouldn't you love to be completely and totally insulated from every opinion you have? No, I absolutely know, even though I'm paid to give opinions, that there are certain things, if I say I cross a line, I'm not making it to lunch, no less the end of the day.
There's some people would say there's a lot of legitimacy to their protests. You know, the continued war between Israel and Hamas, that this is all stemming from an October 7th terrorist attack on Hamas from Israel, you know, and then it's, you know, from Hamas on Israel, and then Israel retaliates, and the retaliation has continued on and on and on. But here's the company stance, Dave, and a CEO memo. This is a business, not a place to act in a way that disrupts coworkers and makes them feel unsafe. To attempt to use the company as a personal platform or to fight over, you know, disruptive issues or debate politics.
Debate politics.
So let's couch this in a different way. You know, where do protests cross the line for us? And let's just couch it in a little different way. Let's pretend like there's a fast food restaurant where restaurant workers are staging a loud sit-in over the rancid beef they want to let the public know that the restaurant is serving up. Do they deserve to be fired?
Ooh,
we'd be thanking them.
Yeah.
for saving us.
And it would
right?
certainly hurt the company.
It would hurt the bottom
Yes.
line. I bet you the next earnings report would come out and the CEO of the company would be on an earnings call and say, yeah, guess what? We took $1 billion in losses because a few employees were protesting rancid beef.
And we would probably celebrate that. Now let's take that same example and the restaurant workers that are staging the protests because they're vegan.
Oh.
Right? It's not because of rancid beef.
Well,
it's just
fire
because
them.
So why is one okay but another is not? Both hurt the bottom line.
I think it's because we're okay when somebody's protesting safety issues in the workplace, but we're not okay. We're uncomfortable when people start bringing their political views to the workplace. Now, you can say, well, you stage a protest in the CEO's office. That's an obvious. So maybe Google employees did give the boss a gift. Well, that's an easy one. But what if it's more complicated than that? What if it's, you know, two employees in the workplace getting into a loud debate over the cubicle wall over their political views? One loves Biden, the other loves Trump. And it gets out of hand.
Or they they get into it over social media.
They start duking it out.
Yeah, they start
with words.
duking it out and this is in their own free time, after hours, and they're going after it.
So, are political debates in the workplace acceptable at all? Yes or no? Give us a call and your best argument next. 801-575-TALK. We're going to take live phone calls right out of the gates here on the Dave and Dujanovic Show.
Dave and Dujanovic.
A lot of us are filling our workdays with podcasts.
When you're working, go to KSLNewsRadio.com.
Click on Dave and Debbie's podcast and pick a topic and story length.
Podcast with Dave and Debbie. Then get to work with KSL News Radio.
My name is Case Lawrence, and I'm running for Congress. My wife and I are the parents of 6 wonderful kids, and now we have 2 beautiful grandkids. We raised our kids right here in Utah and have always felt like Utah is the best place in America to have a family. More than anything, I'm running for Congress to make sure that doesn't change. I hope you'll join me. I'm Case Lawrence, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Case for Congress.
Before you hit the road, hit the KSL preset.
Going to work and back home?
Or running errands around town.
We tell you which roads will slow you down.
And how to avoid them.
With traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s, KSL is a welcome backseat driver.
I'm Ricky Meese.
And I'm Andy Farnsworth.
We have you covered.
On KSL News Radio.
In a world where ugly siding, leaky gutters, and inefficient windows are sapping homeowners of their will to live, one company must save us all. This year, join RGS Exteriors as it embarks on a mission to eliminate outdated home exteriors, one Utah home at a time. Every plank of old, ugly siding must be replaced. Every leaky gutter must be eradicated. Every inefficient, energy-sapping window must be vanquished. Once and for all. Begin your epic remodeling quest by calling RGS Exteriors for a free estimate. Discover how a heroic team of experts will save your siding, gutters, or windows for a fair, no-nonsense price. Call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or journey online to rgsexteriors.com. RGS Exteriors, coming soon to a home near you.
It's gonna be here before you know it.
Here comes the summer, like a wave of change.
Soda Weight Loss wants to help you look amazing in your swimsuit and shorts, but you got to get started right now at sodaweightloss.com. No time? Try Soda's at-home program with all the support you need online.
I didn't realize how unhealthy I was. When you start losing the weight, even that first 5 pounds, this enormous amount of confidence starts to build in you. You start to realize, like, oh, this is possible for me.
That's Lauren, and she let go of 35 pounds with Soda. With their help, I let go of 70 pounds in 5 months. That's because Soda works. It's why they have more than 8,700 Google reviews and countless before and after pictures and videos of people loving their results. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Sodas, say it with me. State of the art.
Howdy, folks. It's me again. And surprise, it's tomato frenzy time at J&J Garden Center in Layton. Right now, all large-sized tomato plants are only $2.99 each. That's half price and grown from seed right here at J&J. And while you're here, pick up a bag or two of J&J's private label all-purpose premium topsoil to help strengthen your vegetable garden for only $5.98 a cubic foot bag. So come to the Tomato Frenzy Sale at J&J Garden Center in Layton, where they have the best products at the best price and the best employees, too. Take the Layton Parkway exit, Main Street to Gentile, then west 2 miles. You got to see it to believe it. You really do.
Country grown to your home, J&J Garden Center.
Every day, right about the same time, usually before noon, I get this 3 things I need to know. The 3 things you need to know newsletter from KSL News Radio and KSL 5 TV. It is super easy. It is the top 3 stories of the day. So be in the know with the rest of us here at KSL News Radio and KSL 5 TV by signing up for your free copy. It gets delivered right to your email. So text the word inbox to 57500. That's inbox to 57500, and you're in the club.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Tim Hughes. First, the vote to potentially ban TikTok will be in front of the Senate today. It also includes aid for Taiwan, Israel, and Ukraine. Second, Utah has about 100 dams in need of a fix, and at our rate, that could take 100 years to do. And third, 2 men recovering now from minor injuries after a shed collapsed on them. We're going to look for a high today of 74 degrees, and right now in Salt Lake City, the sun's popped out, 54. Let's get you back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
David Dujanovic. David Dujanovic. David Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top national stories.
Is it just too uncomfortable to have political conversations or debates in the workplace? 801-575-TALK. 801-575-TALK. Give us a call, yes or no. Maybe you've gotten into it with a coworker and you really want to lay it out right here on the show. We're talking about this today because Google has fired 50 employees from New York to California for staging protests at work. Now, these weren't lively debates per se. These were protests. Like in one case, they took over the CEO's office and started doing like live FaceTime or live broadcast from them. They want Google to cancel a $1 billion AI contract that it has with Israel, the government there, and Israel's military.
Google, you can't hide. Google, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. We charge you with genocide.
I love lively debates at work. And not just because I work in a newsroom where it's very commonplace that we have these conversations. I've worked other places. And absolutely, I love debates. Debates are much different than protests. Much, much different. And I wonder if some of these folks at Google maybe got overly comfortable at work.
How so?
Google's a fun, relaxed environment in many ways. They have a climbing wall. They have slides. They have ping pong and beach volleyball. They have little nap pods. If you're a little sleepy, if you had a rough night's sleep, Deb, go ahead and use one of our nap pods. Mm-hmm. And with such a casual atmosphere, I wonder if these employees thought, oh, you know what? They won't even care. We'll stage.
They'll understand us.
They'll understand.
Yeah.
They get where we're coming from. I mean, after all, they have beehives outside where we can learn to be beekeepers and we can collect our own honey. They'll be totally fine with us storming the CEO's room.
I have been to the Google campus on a tour many years ago, and it is a different world than what you and I know, or maybe the average employee knows from their workplace. It is a world apart from what we know, and I could see where they would get in the we're all buddies here zone, but the CEO saying they crossed a line. Putting out a memo saying this is a business, not a place to act in a way that disrupts coworkers or makes them feel unsafe, to attempt to use the company as a personal platform or to fight over disruptive issues or debate politics. And that's the line I picked up, or debate politics, because we are in a year of political views and everybody's angry. Everybody on the left, everybody on the right, everybody in the middle, we're all up in arms about everything. Whether it's a Supreme Court decision, a lower court decision, whether it's a political conversation at a rally, whether it's former President Trump saying something or current President Biden saying something, we are all ready to boil over at times. And when we spend 9 or 10 hours a day in cubicles, in small cubicles in an office, isn't this a recipe to explode in to political outrage if your cubicle buddy happens to mention something, or if you overhear a conversation, when they're on the phone with their significant other, we're just ready to explode. So where is the line? Where is the line? And is the office door, when you walk through the line and badge in, is that the line? Dave? What do you think?
I don't think so. I think debating politics or having conversations in the office are totally fine. I think that's important. I think it's healthy. We should be able to communicate.
If it's loud?
Okay, now when it starts becoming disruptive, or if it becomes too heated, if it starts distracting other people, absolutely. We need to be aware of that.
So if duck and cover is a thing to two cubicles over,
yeah, if all of a sudden people are
then you're going up to the HR department, right?
Yeah, it's definitely something where I think we've figured this out. Hey man, I'm trying to work over here. Can we maybe bring down the volume a little bit? We do this.
I want to hash this out with you more. I want to bring Dave from Orem on the phone. Hi, Dave. Are you there?
Steve or Dave?
Dave. You Dave. Steve. Oh,
yeah.
It's so crazy because I called your name earlier and then my co-host started answering, but now I'm realizing my producer put Dave in our chat here, and your name is Steve, right?
Yes.
This is a total setup. Okay, this is a total setup. Go ahead, Steve. What are your views?
Well, it depends. I sort of agree with Dave. The extremes on both sides, you can get pretty vocal and it can bother people. But I actually like to have conversations if it's politically sound and you don't get too extreme.
So you don't go conspiracy theory?
Yes. But,
okay.
Another thing is, if it's government, that might be another thing, or the military. You have to be careful in that regard.
Yeah, I would say that's true. Just having worked for the federal government, I would say that you want to be conscientious of that. But I feel that way anywhere I've worked. Is even though I'm in a newsroom and we do have lively debates about story decisions and how we cover stories and which stories we should cover and which ones we just can't cover because we don't have the bandwidth to cover. Lively debates are good. I think it's when you start making the people around you feel unsafe or uncomfortable. But what do you think about the online arguments, Dave, when it gets bitter on Facebook?
Yeah, it's what you're doing in your free time, and your employer will come back and say, well, you represent the company. Even outside, when you're not working here, you still represent the company. So you have to be careful with what you say. And that gives me some pause as well, because that can really, if you extrapolate that out, that can basically muzzle you and you will not say anything. I would love to live in a world where you can say basically whatever you want, be the conspiracy theorist if you want in your free time, and that doesn't directly affect your job. If it doesn't affect your job in any way, right? It's very tricky once we start allowing companies to muzzle what you say and what you think and your opinions. But on the flip side, I also get, listen, you're an employee. You represent us. You might drive away customers with your hot takes.
See, if I were staging a sit-in in the boss's office, given that the boss signs the front of my checks and I accept those checks, I would expect to get fired for that. Because I feel like that at that point, I've just taken it to a level that I can't come back from.
Yeah.
If I'm having a lively debate about politics, and I do not notice that I'm making other people around me comfortable, and newsrooms have been known for very lively debates, and there have been times that I can look back on my career and I'm thinking I got a little bit too extreme about, shouting across the newsroom on my whatever that is. I would expect a second chance in that case.
Yeah.
But if I'm staging a protest and gathering 50 of my buddies out front and nobody can access the building, then I would say I should probably pound sand and go figure a new place to work that would accept the fact that I wanted to protest outside of their building. We put this on Facebook too, and I thought this was really an interesting take from Tony, saying, in respect to others' opinions and thoughts, keep politics and religion out of the workplace.
Yeah, once we start gatekeeping what we can and can't talk about, I get religion, politics, those are two hot topics. But what else can I talk about? Can you give me a list of the things that are acceptable? Can I talk about bunny rabbits and ice cream.
No, you can talk about that PowerPoint and that spreadsheet you're putting together for the really boring meeting we're all going to fall asleep at.
Slacker teams. There's the debate that we can have in the newsroom.
Straight ahead, sit-ins and loud protests at Google. Well, that might be obvious.
Google, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide.
But what if that heated debate with your cubicle buddy over politics just got loud? Is that grounds for firing too? We've loved taking your phone calls and getting your opinions on Facebook. Straight ahead, we're going to get legal analyst Greg Skordas to weigh in on that question next.
9:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Tim Hughes with a quick look at some of our top stories this hour. Provo getting a new water treatment plant that officials say will help combat harmful algal blooms on Utah Lake. The system will treat millions of gallons of water per day and remove about 80% of the nutrients that help algae grow on Utah Lake. Though Division of Water Quality Director John Mackey tells KSL TV it could take some time before we see a big difference.
It's not going to happen overnight. 2 or 3 years for those new nutrients to replace the water that's already there.
The new plant is expected to be up and fully running by March of next year. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. The Senate will vote on a $95 billion package that includes aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. ABC Selena Wang says the bill includes a provision that would ban TikTok in the U.S. if its Chinese parent company doesn't sell it off in a year.
This could be a very complex process. TikTok is going to fight this in the courts, and the Chinese government could block a potential sale. And even if it were actually banned in the U.S., it's not just going to disappear from your phones. Instead, it could die a slow death where the app is banned in the App Store, so new users can't join TikTok and existing users can't get their updates.
The House passed the legislation despite heavy Republican objections. Your money at this moment still doing well out there. The Dow is up 225 this hour. The S&P up over a full percentage point. It's up 55. The NASDAQ is up 1.5% to start this hour. Coming up, sunshine today and tomorrow. Warmest day of the next 7, actually, tomorrow, but it leads into a couple of days of rain. We'll check it next. KSL News Time, 9:32.
Here's a way to get breaking news updates anywhere you go.
At the store or in a work meeting, you can get breaking news on your phone.
You can quickly read it, swipe, or click for more. It's super discreet, super fast.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
I've got Adam Kirkham, who's the president of the Utah Association of Realtors, here to talk about changes to the home buying process because of a national settlement. Adam, what does the settlement mean for Utah home buyers?
Great question. And while we don't know exactly how everything will play out, we do expect to see some changes starting in July. One of those changes is the requirement that a buyer will need to sign a formal representation agreement with their realtor at the start of the home buying process.
Is this a big change?
It is a big change for most of the country. Here in Utah, we've been signing these representation agreements for years. It's more of a procedural change of when the agreement will need to be signed, and that's before you start the home buying process.
How can a buyer learn more about changes?
Contact a realtor. They know these changes. They've been educated on them. They are keeping up on this settlement and the market demands, so you don't have to go about purchasing a home on your own.
If I don't have a realtor, where do I go?
You could go to utahrealtors.com.
Devotion to country, service to Utah. Brent Orrin Hatch had a front row seat, watching his father serve our state faithfully in the Senate. A constitutional conservative and lifelong Republican, Brent Orrin Hatch is a champion for the rule of law. He's running for Senate to stop this lawless president from destroying our country from within. Hatch will fight to secure the border once and for all and take on Mexican drug cartels to halt the flow of deadly fentanyl. Brent Orrin Hatch knows the national debt is just as big a threat to national security. Hatch won't rest until the budget's balanced and won't cave to the big spenders in both parties. Pro-life, deeply committed to religious liberty, rock-solid Utah conservative. Brent Orrin Hatch for Senate. Paid for by Conservative Outsider PAC, which is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.copac.us.
You love the feel behind the wheel. You'll love the new 2024 Acura MDX from Jody Wilkinson Acura. During the Spring into Performance event, Acura is offering 1.9% APR. Lease the 2024 MDX only $589 monthly. For offer details, text the word Acura to 57500.
Jody Wilkinson.
Downtown.
Acura.
1111 South Main.
You'll love the new 2024 Acura RDX from Jody Wilkinson Acura. During the Spring into Performance event, Acura is offering 1.9% APR. Lease the 2024 RDX Super Handling All-Wheel Drive only $459 monthly. For offer details, text the word Acura to 57500.
Jody Wilkinson.
Downtown.
Acura.
1111 South Main. It's emergency traffic and weather together here, brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Heather?
Well, we still have about 7 miles of delay northbound I-15 between 2100 North and Lehigh up to Bangerter Highway in Draper. The good news is speeds are starting to improve. Instead of 15 miles an hour, you're going about 30 or 35. So hopefully these delays will start clearing out a bit quickly. But as you continue northbound I-15, you're going to hit stop-and-go traffic from 53rd South to 33rd South, where we have a crash blocking 2 right lanes of the freeway right at the top of the 33rd South on-ramp. Transform your outdated kitchen with half-price granite quartz, marble, and quartzite starting at $25 per square foot installed. Visit halfpricegranite.com. Affordable luxury. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
We'll have another warm day today. Highs of 74. Tomorrow it warms all the way up to 80 degrees. But then look what happens on Thursday, Friday. Believe it or not, Friday's temperature of 58 will be 1 notch less than it is out there right now. It's sunny and 59 in Salt Lake City. From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, I'm Tim Hughes. Listen online at KSLNewsRadio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio. Dave and Dujanovic, special coverage of the top national story.
Well, Google's fired 50 employees from New York to California. They were staging protests, okay? I saw a video of them outside Google, sitting inside what they call the CEO's office at Google. They're protesting company's billion-dollar AI contract with Israel, the government there, and its military.
Google, you can't hide. Google, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. We charge you with genocide.
At what point, folks, did you think you were going to make it to the end of the day? Google, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide? Like, that's so offensive, inflammatory. Even if you think it's true, there's no way you're making it out by the end of the day. But I do wonder how many of us truly understand what our rights are when it comes to freedom of speech and the right to protest. And I don't think we have a very good idea. They clearly did not. You don't storm the CEO's office and think you're going to make it out, do you?
KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas, did those Google employees give the boss a gift by staging the protest? I just wonder if things would have been different if they would have taken to their personal Facebook page and said something negative about Google and its involvement in that contract.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right, and I'm looking at what the employees did. They actually sort of staged a sit down where they were impeding other employees being able to get into the facility. They were protesting. They wouldn't move. I mean, they handed the employer a gift, like you say, on a silver platter. I mean, and to answer Dave's question, do they have a freedom of speech or their right to protest? They absolutely do. They 100% do. But most states are like we have here in Utah, at will. And so, yeah, you can protest all you want. You can complain. You can sit in, and we can fire you. So, yeah, you have the right to protest, but the company has a right to terminate the employees, and they have. And I think that number, it was 28 yesterday. It's up to 50 today.
Yeah.
It's probably going to get into the hundreds.
So, Greg, what are the protections that I have for freedom of speech and right to protest?
Well, I mean, you can do so peacefully. You could do so within the bounds of what your employer allows you to do. Or if you're not working for Google, you can do anything you want. But if you work for somebody, and think just of your own employment, Dave, if you did something that was adverse to your employer, they would have a right to fire you. You can't do that.
Yeah.
You could protest, McDonald's or 7-Eleven or whatever. If you're upset about something they're doing. But if you're working there and you protest it, you can expect that there would be some level of retribution from your employer saying, look, you're not following our company's policies and procedures. Maybe you have your friends or someone else protest, but if you do it yourself, you're probably going to be in their crosshairs of their HR department, and you're probably going to lose your job.
Talking to Greg Skordas, our KSL legal analyst. You often hear him right here at KSL News Radio, KSL at night from 7 to 9, and talking to him specifically about the firing at Google because employees were protesting, and they were physically protesting. I mean, they were at the site. They were, marching around the exterior of the building. They were also sitting in. At one point, they were inside the CEO's office, and they were broadcasting live. And I want to step away from that for a moment because I think we are in a, when we're in political season like we are right now here in America, things can get a little bit testy and people can get feisty over their political views in the office. And if they overhear, their cubicle buddy talking to, a significant other on the phone or whatever about politics, maybe they lean over the cubicle there and start chiming in. So if that were to escalate in an office place and it's just a lively debate between two coworkers, is that grounds for dismissal?
Almost certainly not. I mean, you couldn't do that. I mean, and really Google can't, or any employer can't, silence employees from being constructively critical of the company and things that they're doing. I mean, that's how you get unions organized within certain companies. They sit down, they say, "Hey, we don't like what's going on," and they stage things. But every company, especially one the size of Google, has internal policies and procedures. They have standards that employees sign, that they agree to, and that they agree to follow and be bound by if they're going to work for the company. And those could include the right, to peacefully protest. But if you complain about the company's policies, they may say, we're going to fire you because that's not consistent with our company's goals. You're either on board or you're not. So, yeah, office talk and complaints about this and that are fine. But once you're impeding employees coming in, you're taking an adverse public stance against the company where the media is covering it and everything else, you're going to be expected to lose your job.
Greg, I'd like to rewind and think about the Colin Kaepernick protests back when he would kneel for the national anthem. He was playing for the 49ers. They didn't fire him for that. Now, he ended up leaving the team, opting out of his contract, and then no one would hire him after that. But I found it fascinating that despite how polarizing that act was, that Colin Kaepernick was not fired by the 49ers.
Yeah, that's a great analogy, Dave. It's a little different because he was not complaining against the 49ers. I mean, he wasn't taking a stance against his team, against his employers, complaining about something they were doing, that they're contracting with a certain company that he doesn't like. He was taking a stance against the way people were being treated, and sort of generally in the country. And yeah, that's a speech that the employer in that case decided to allow. That's a form of speech that his employer decided to allow. Of course, as you said, it hurt him down the road because other employers are like, I don't know that we want him making the same protests at our football games, and so he never really picked up the ball again and never became a quarterback that I'm aware of from any NFL team after that.
Correct. Well, Greg, thank you for joining us. It's fascinating to watch it unfold, and because, Debbie, we all have phones, this is all broadcast. We have video of it. We see the protests. We see them being hauled out, and unsurprisingly, these folks at Google, they got fired.
Straight ahead, we took a lot of phone calls yesterday on solar power costs in Utah. Kind of left us scratching our head over whether the investment actually pays for itself.
No, it was a scam. That's how me and my husband personally feel, and it's embarrassing to us that we have solar panels on our roof that everyone can see that we were scammed.
But we had other opinions that said it's great. It's awesome. So let's see if we can clear this one up with Rocky Mountain Power next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
You know KSL is the only news radio for your car, right?
The only news radio for your smart speaker.
Come here in the morning. It's the latest news and traffic. In the afternoon, news and updated weather.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
So, a little news on the Noriega side. We have decided to move, and as we were taking our realtor through the house, he actually pointed at our Connecticut water softener, and he asked, he's like, "Are you taking that with you? Because you can totally take that with you." And we said, "Oh yeah, we're definitely taking our water softener with us." One of the things we love about Connecticut is they have a 10-year warranty, and they honor that warranty even if you pack it up and take it with you on a move. Connecticut water softeners have been fantastic for our family. We've loved how they have helped keep our skin soft and hydrated. We really struggle with dry skin in our family, and the Connecticut water softener has been fantastic. If you're interested in getting soft water into your home, give them a call, 801-576-8600. That's 801-576-8600. They're an authorized Connecticut dealer, and of course you can check them out online. Just go to softwaterutah.com.
My name is Case Lawrence, and I'm running for Congress. The chaos at our southern border is a national emergency. We can fix the border, but not with politicians who are more worried about their own political future than America's future. I'm not a politician. I'm a problem solver. I hope you'll join me. I'm Case Lawrence, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Case for Congress.
When it comes to your electrical system, do you know the warning signs to look for? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and it's okay if you don't know, but here are a few things that you might not even realize could be a sign of a bigger problem. Wall plates that are hot to the touch, discoloration around switches or outlets, if you hear crackling or popping or buzzing around switches or outlets, a breaker that trips a lot, switches that feel loose when you operate them, if your lights dim or flicker when a major appliance comes on, if your plugs fall out of the wall easily. You know, you're not supposed to have to bend the prongs out on a plug just to get it to stay in the wall. If you notice any of these things, you should consider having a licensed electrician check your system out. If you don't know anyone, Any Hour Services has put together a radio-only special for any homeowners listening. One of our licensed electricians will perform a comprehensive electrical inspection and give you a full written report for only $29. But you have to mention this ad when you call. To schedule your comprehensive electrical inspection by a licensed electrician for only $29, call Any Hour Services at 801-443-7300. That's 801-443-7300. Any Hour Services.
Dear Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. My mom needed a computer to Zoom call me, my family, and the grandkids from across the country. You guys were so patient, helping her get everything set up just right. She gets so frustrated when things don't work, so I'm grateful that we found PC Laptops to hold her hand. I know it can seem crazy that she comes in every week for help, but you guys really are patient and treat her just like family. Signed, Happy Judy. Thanks, Judy. You know what's also amazing? The team from our store mentioned she brought by a giant box of donuts for them. This warms my heart, and this is why I started PC Laptops in 1992. PC Laptops, we really do love you. We have new computers with a lifetime warranty from $49 a month with zero interest for a year. OAC, PCLaptops.com. That's PCLaptops.com, where we love you.
Warmer weather is here, and Skinny Utah would like to help you shape up for summer by losing 20 pounds or more in the next 40 days. That's right, at least 20 pounds, and as little as 40 days. That's the Skinny Utah 20-pound promise, where they customize every plan because no two bodies are alike. Their proven programs are 100% natural. There are never any prepackaged meals or shakes to buy, and never any dangerous shots, drugs, or hormones. At Skinny Utah, they teach you how to eat real food you buy at the store. Take the first step to a healthier new you, and schedule your free weight loss strategy session at skinnyutah.com. A $300 value. Absolutely free. Skinny Utah has offices in Centerville, Draper, and Orem, and they're extending their couple special where the second person is half price. Schedule your free weight loss strategy session today at skinnyutah.com. That's skinnyutah.com. At Skinny Utah, you have nothing to lose but the weight.
I'm just
Common
looking
Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advance healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with human kindness is here. Hello, human kindness.
I'm just looking at my 3 things you need to know newsletter that I got yesterday from KSL News Radio and KSL 5 TV. And I love that it has the top 3 stories that I can easily these are the top 3 stories that KSL 5 TV is covering, KSL News Radio is covering. And then we have a section that says, what else you need to know? And several different links to other top stories of the day here in Utah. So how do you sign up for this? All you need to do is text the word inbox to 57500. We make it super easy. Just text the word inbox to 57500 and you're signed up.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Tim Hughes. First, Provo is getting a new water treatment plant that officials say will also help combat harmful algal blooms at Utah Lake. Second, the Biden administration has finalized the first ever minimum staffing rule at nursing homes. The mandate requires at least 3.4 hours of nursing care per resident per day. And third, the PGA Tour is debuting the Black Desert Championship. It's coming to southern Utah this October, a return of the tour after nearly 6 decades. We're going to look for a high today of 74 degrees, and right now with plenty of sunshine, it's 59 downtown. Let's get you back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. The D2 follow-up report. We stay connected to important stories to give you the latest.
We had a really enlightening conversation yesterday about solar panels in Utah. And we got some polar opposite reactions from our callers. For example, Nick says he's got it. He lives in Layton, and he's loving it.
Yep, it's very well worth it for us. We're on the older plan, so it's a one-for-one swap. Only a couple times in the past 6 years have we had to pay when we didn't produce enough in January and February. But we're really happy.
And this is largely what I hear. Got solar panels, it's great. But before yesterday, this was my understanding of how solar panels and working with Rocky Mountain Power worked. Obviously, you only generate power when the sun is shining. You're largely generating that power in the middle of the day. You don't need it in the middle of the day. You're at work, kids are at school. You're not consuming a ton of electricity at 1 o'clock in the afternoon when everyone's gone. So what the power companies typically do is they say, with all this 6 hours of energy that you've produced, we're going to give you a credit because we know when you get home from work and school this evening, when the sun is not shining, then you can start using that power that you've collected for us. And typically it was a 1-to-1. You generate an hour, you get an hour later on down the road, time of your choosing. But that may not be the case anymore.
Well, we got this call from Selena, who lives in Orem. She was listening to our conversation as well, and she said that is not what's happening in her case.
No, it was a scam. That's how me and my husband personally feel, and it's embarrassing to us that we have solar panels on our roof that everyone can see that we were scammed.
Well, so what? Why do you use such a harsh word?
So we were told that our electric bill would be just the hookup, which is I think $11 a month with Rocky Mountain Power. We used the Biden plan, so we got a rebate for our solar panels. However, because we didn't pay for the $10,000 battery pack to have in our garage, Rocky Mountain doesn't honor any of the electricity we make if we don't use it immediately. So we don't get any of those benefits of any of the electricity we're putting back onto the grid. That's just completely lost to us. So we feel like we're paying for something that we don't get to take advantage of, and it's a bummer for us.
Do you still have an electric bill?
Yep, we do.
Ouch. I mean, because you invested thousands of dollars into those solar panels. To have a bill on top of that, an electrical bill, on top of that $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 of solar panels that you just installed, that's I wouldn't be so angry. You can hear the frustration in her voice. She's like, oh, totally scammed.
Yeah, and if you were a neighbor and you're asking her, hey, how's the solar panels going? And you heard that, you would run.
Yeah.
I've thought about solar panels briefly in the past because it's a lovely thought to live off the grid, right? But I wouldn't want to do it without knowing that I was going to at least break even. And it sounds like Selena doesn't feel like there's any hope of that.
Dave Eskelson joins us right now from Rocky Mountain Power. And Dave, like I said, I was a little bit surprised to hear that not everyone loved the solar panel program. One of our listeners said, yeah, I'm not getting credit for the power I generate during the day. Can you walk us through what the plans are right now?
Sure. When Utah's first solar net metering program was set up in 2022, the billing credit was set according to Rocky Mountain Power's avoided cost, which was generally the price the utility would pay for either generating that power itself or buying it from another source. In 2008, utility regulators in Utah increased the bill credit to the retail rate. And the bill credit appears on the next month's customer bill. Now, it was always understood that the credit at this level was a subsidy coming from other residential customers to provide a financial incentive for customers to participate and support the photovoltaic businesses. The company and utility regulators recognized at that time that once the participation rate for customer generation reached a certain point of maturity, the subsidy would have to be phased out because intra-class subsidies are generally to be avoided in utility rate design. Then in 2014, the Utah legislature passed a bill to review the industry and began to deal with the subsidy in the residential customer class. And we proposed some changes at that time to the program in the context of a general rate request. In 2015, the Utah PSC ordered a net metering study to determine what the fair transition for residential customer generation would be. 3 years later, 2017, the parties reached a settlement which produced the three rate schedules we have today. So Schedule 35 is a net metering credit at the retail rate for customers who'd installed a photovoltaic system on their home prior to September 29th, 2017. Now, these customers were called the statutory customers or the grandfathered group. And their billing credit rate for energy they produce more than they use is between 9 cents and 11.7 cents per kilowatt hour in the summer, between 7.9 cents and 10.3 cents in the winter. It's based on the current retail rate. And that rate schedule continues for those customers until December 31st, 2035. The second one is Schedule 136. That's a billing program for customers who installed their systems during the transition period when we were determining with the Public Service Commission what the future export credit should be. It was limited to a certain number of megawatts of capacity for residential customers and non-residential customers. So it's not open to to any other customers right now. They get a credit of 9.2 cents per kilowatt hour for energy above their use. And that schedule continues to December 31st, 2032. For all other customers, Schedule 137 is a net billing program for those customers after that transition period and for the future. The program uses the export credit rate determined by the Utah Public Service Commission. It was first instituted in 2020, and it's been updated a couple of times. Its most recent update was in February of this year. The current rate, they took it from 5.6 cents per kilowatt hour to 7.7 cents per kilowatt hour for the summer months, and from 4.7 cents per kilowatt hour to 6.3 cents for October through May, the winter months. So the updated rate is about 37% higher in the summer, 34% higher in the winter.
So people need to be asking these questions, it sounds like, Dave.
Well, if people are contemplating getting a solar system on their on their home, if they want to generate some or most of their electricity, I would really urge them to go to our website. It's under savings and energy choices on our website at RockyMountainPower.net, and there's a whole section on customer generation. And so there are lots of options to choose from. There's the traditional net billing program where your system is tied to the grid, and it's based on a billing credit system. So the system provides for your house when the sun comes up and the photovoltaic system is operating, and a specified billing credit, as I described, for any production of your system over and above its use.
Okay. Yeah, and then you've got the options, the opportunities to have a battery panel installed in your house. There's a lot to it, but it's what I'm learning is there's a lot of details here. It's kind of hard to track. You've got to do a lot of homework to figure out whether or not solar is really affordable for you.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
10 a.m. at KSL News Radio. I'm Tammy Kikuchi. KSL's top news story this hour. 1 year after 2 homes slid off a hill in Draper, homeowner Colin Kimball tells KSL TV he hopes the home builders learn from their mistakes.
I thought, surely, if a builder in 2022 is going to build a home, it's going to be done right. But you really have to rely on your own due diligence to make sure that it actually is.
The condemned homes were deemed unfit to live in by inspectors. A popular concert series in Salt Lake City was almost canceled, but the community helped the show go on. KSL Radio's Michael Commit reports.
Carolyn Tucanis has been hosting local concerts in her backyard on 15th and 15th for almost 25 summers now. Unfortunately, city ordinances almost closed it down. However, Tucanis' friends and neighbors helped the city see how much enjoyment the concert series brings. And now they're all back on schedule, with a few changes.
Turcanis tells Building Salt Lake it's a win for her and her city. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Americans' love affair with coffee shows no sign of cooling off. The National Coffee Association reports that 67% of American adults have drunk at least 1 cup of coffee in the past day, and that compares to Finland's 4 cups per day. In fact, Finnish workers are legally mandated 2 10-minute coffee breaks per shift. Your money at this moment, the big three are all trending higher. The Dow Jones is up at 207, S&P at 48, and the NASDAQ. And the NASDAQ at 208 and the S&P at 48. Almost gave you a heart attack there, huh? Coming up, a look at our perfect April weather. Traffic and weather is next. KSL News Time, 10:02.
News doesn't just mean information or dates.
It's the story of our local history being told in real time.
Be a part of the story. This is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
We hope to be a part of your story. We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
It's going to be here before you know it.
Here comes the summer, like a wave of change.
Soda Weight Loss wants to help you look amazing in your swimsuit and shorts, but you got to get started right now at sodaweightloss.com. No time? Try Soda's at-home program with all the support you need online.
I didn't realize how unhealthy I was. When you start losing the weight, even that first 5 pounds, this enormous amount of confidence starts to build into you. You start to realize, like, oh, this is possible for me.
That's Lauren, and she's let go of 35 pounds with Soda. With their help, I let go of 37 pounds, and I've kept it off for over 2 years now. That's because Soda works. It's absolutely changed my life. Soda helps you break food addictions and get healthy for the rest of your life. It's why they have more than 8,700 Google reviews and countless before and after pictures and videos of people living the results every single day. Go to sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Up to a 30% upfront bonus and 12% per year guaranteed growth for retirement. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and these are the highest guarantees with annuities I have seen in my life. When interest rates are this high, there are silver linings, and annuity guarantees are one of them. Up to a 30% bonus upfront for retirement income. On $100,000, that's up to $42,000 guaranteed in the first year. And it's because of the economy and its high interest rates. Don't let anyone, especially another financial advisor, tell you it's not true. Up to 30% upfront just for opening an account, and up to 12% per year guaranteed income growth. Don't miss out. This won't last forever. If you have an old 401k, get up to 30% upfront and 12% guaranteed growth for income today.
Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Heather Kelly.
We still have a bit of slowing northbound I-15 as you come over the point of the mountain from Utah County and head up toward Bangerter Highway. But our slowest stretch is from 7200 south all the way up to 3300 south in South Salt Lake. That is due to a crash. Multiple vehicles over on the right shoulder. They did have two right lanes blocked for quite some time, so it's going to take a bit of time to clear out all the delays from that. Beat the spring cleaning rush and call Zero Res. Get 3 rooms plus a hallway Zero Resified for $99. Visit ZeroRes.com and book your appointment today. Zero Res. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Another perfect spring day with highs in the mid-70s. Temps will rise to the 80-degree mark along the Wasatch Front tomorrow afternoon, and temps drop off 10 to 20 degrees Thursday and Friday with rain chances. Right now, mostly cloudy skies and 62 degrees. I'm Tammy Kikuchi from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen on live at KSLNewsRadio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Dave and I learned a lot about Ozempic and Mounjaro and Wegovy when we did a special here for KSL News Radio on people who were using these drugs to control their diabetes. Well, now we're learning through news organizations and reporting that women are becoming pregnant after using these weight loss drugs, even when they're on a form of birth control.
It beats birth control? Debbie, this is incredible. Now, there are so many drugs out there and this is pretty incredible. Research and development, they develop this drug, and this happens all the time. They develop a drug for something. In this case, Ozempic, Wegovy, these things were for diabetics. It was to help diabetics control their blood sugar level and their hunger and appetites. And then what they realized was a side effect was they were losing weight. Mm-hmm. And then they started realizing, oh, well, this could be used not just for diabetes, but for weight loss. And then now we're starting to realize what? That it's diabetes, it's weight loss, and now it helps you get pregnant?
Dr. David Turek, Associate Professor at the University of Utah Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, board certified, OBGYN, and family practice. You're busy.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, thanks for taking a few minutes. Let's get as many questions as we can with you, because I think this is incredible, but I want it to be more nuanced than this. Does this necessarily mean that women who are struggling getting pregnant may have some success with these newer medications, doctor?
No.
Okay.
That is not how I would view the message. And I would, as you were giving the intro there, which sounded super compelling, I would say, whoa. So
great, go for it.
A major communication point is relationship versus cause. And when you look at these drugs, which I'm sure you did in the prior episode, which unfortunately I missed, the drugs are super effective at decreasing desire for eating and decreasing appetite, and they slow the transit of food in the gut. And they are very, very effective in helping people lose weight, and they're very effective in helping people control their blood glucose levels and improving their diabetes. That's cause, right? Like
yes.
Nearly everybody, you look at the whole population, you see very significant drops in like 15 to 20% total body weight loss on average for these drugs. Like that's amazing. And the information that we're getting about pregnancy is coming from social media. And yeah, it's not surprising that a group of people who are heavier, who are more likely not to be ovulating, lower their weight, they ovulate, and then they're more likely to get pregnant. So birth control pills don't work perfectly. They work very, very well and much better than, they're much more effective than other methods. Not perfect, and lots of people have side effects with birth control pills. But it's not surprising to hear that as people's weight drops, they're more likely to ovulate, more likely to have a pregnancy. And the contraceptive failures, as far as people who are on birth control, this is not beating birth control. People who are taking birth control, if 100 people are using the method over the course of a year, we expect about 9 pregnancies. So that's not a shock that people are. If you're now able to get pregnant, you're going to have more failures because potentially before you weren't going to have any failures because you weren't ovulating. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. You did an incredible job explaining that. So you're attributing this more to the weight loss, maybe increasing the possibility of fertility versus some hormone that might be triggered from these drugs?
Correct. Yeah. There's the bottom line is, I think as a public health message, people will do the best and have the healthiest pregnancies and the healthiest families when they can plan, anticipate, and go into pregnancies as healthy as possible. And that means determining when that's going to happen. The current recommendations for these drugs, because we have really no data on their safety during pregnancy, is to stop them 2 months before pregnancy. And as many of your listeners, and I'm sure you're aware, like pregnancy is not like a light switch. You don't just turn it on when you want it. Lots of people, it takes a little while. So, in an ideal scenario for people who are using these drugs, just like, for anyone, plan pregnancy, work toward, a goal weight. I think, it would be a component of this. And optimizing health. And, people who are using these drugs are using them also have high blood pressure and diabetes. Getting those things under control, then, stop them and then go on to pregnancy.
So, Dr. Turek, before we let you go, I'm visualizing this, the many, many times that I went to my OBGYN office before I got pregnant. And when I got pregnant initially, I was 125 pounds. And, after my first baby, when I gained 100 pounds, I was a lot heavier. So I wonder if the conversation would have gone like this, like maybe if we were struggling to get pregnant with our second child and these drugs were available, is this something that you think doctors would suggest? Yeah, try it, lose some weight, and then see if you increase the potential of conception.
That is a super reasonable question, and there's studies beginning to look at this. But, this is a data-free zone. The indications, the things that these drugs are FDA approved for are very specific. And it's not just for heavier people. It's for heavier people with medical conditions or people who are much, much heavier. There's specific criteria to start the drugs. This is not just for people who've gained some weight and want to lose some.
Sure.
There are specific medical indications. And, as medical providers, we do our best when we prioritize what people came for. And the way I introduce myself when I walk into the room is to say, hi, my name's Dave Turek. I'm the doctor. My job is to make sure you get the best medical care. And when you walk out of here, you feel respected. And if we focus on those things, we will do our best work. And in this particular case, I think that means helping people plan their pregnancies and have them when they desire, when they're in their best health.
Dr. Turok, thank you so much for joining us. I love the explanation, walking us and holding our hands through this, because a lot of information comes out. Sometimes it's bad information or just partial information. I think you did a wonderful job of explaining. I think the social media posts that they can boil up a little bit, but from what I take away with it, Debbie, he was saying, yeah, sometimes losing weight can improve your chances of pregnancy, and that's exactly what these drugs do, is they help you lose weight.
So I think there's just such a struggle for so many couples to conceive. I think this opens up a larger conversation about infertility and the rising cost of IVF and how financially just unaffordable it is. So let's talk about that next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Dave and Debbie go out of their way to make sure you hear all sides of a story.
They're working the phones to get several viewpoints on for you.
Hi, it's Tim and Amanda. We get you the full story, too.
We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
One of the things I love about Master Electrical, and we've sat down with them several times, went to lunch, they keep talking about how important it is to take care of the customer and how important that is.
They have their upfront pricing guarantee, and that's one of the many ways they take care of you. So when they come to your house and you say, hey, I need new lighting in the living room, or I need an extra plug in the garage, they're going to give you their upfront price, and they're going to guarantee that price when the job is done.
And the reason they do that is because they know that you've probably, like me, been bitten by bids where you have someone come out, they're like, oh, that'll take me half a day, I'll knock it out quick, it'll cost you this. And then it takes a couple of days, maybe a week, and then the bid and the invoice have nothing to do with each other.
And Master Electrical is great. They do everything from, light, ceiling fans, electrical outlets, smoke detectors, generators. You want to get a hold of them if you're looking to buy a new generator, batteries, even EV chargers.
From Logan to Santaquin, they're always open, including for emergency services.
Call them today, 801-543-2222, 801-543-2222.
Or check them out online at masterelectrical.com.
Candidates for Utah governor, attorney general, and Congress gather Saturday.
These delegates have a lot of big decisions, and this is nothing short of a very exciting, controversial election on Saturday.
Not everyone will survive the state convention.
The candidates out there are very interesting to me.
I love watching races that don't have an incumbent.
Dave and Debbie go in depth on Saturday's vote, all this week at 9:35. Your voice, your vote 2024.
We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Devotion to country, service to Utah. Brent Orrin Hatch had a front row seat, watching his father serve our state faithfully in the Senate. A constitutional conservative and lifelong Republican, Brent Orrin Hatch is a champion for the rule of law. He's running for Senate to stop this lawless president from destroying our country from within. Hatch will fight to secure the border once and for all, and take on Mexican drug cartels to halt the flow of deadly fentanyl. Brent Orrin Hatch knows the national debt is just as big a threat to national security. Hatch won't rest until the budget's balanced and won't cave to the big spenders in both parties. Pro-life, deeply committed to religious liberty, rock-solid Utah conservative. Brent Orrin Hatch for Senate. Paid for by Conservative Outsider PAC, which is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.copac.us.
Healthcare with human kindness is here. It's at Common Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advance healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Together, we have a common purpose, partnering with you in health and healing using powerful medicine, powerful technology, and the greatest power of all, human kindness. You'll know it when you see it, because human kindness is in every care site and in every caregiver. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
79 missionaries trapped and penniless inside Germany borders with war days away. From director T.C. Christensen comes Escape from Germany in theaters now. Tickets at escapefromgermany.com.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-701-1629. 801-701-1629 with locations from Ogden to St. George. My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
One thing I love is that KSL News Radio and KSL TV have gotten together and we created 3 things you need to know in a newsletter. And it comes into your email every single day, straight to your email. If you want that to show up, go ahead and text the word inbox to 57500. Text the word inbox to 57500.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Tammy Kikuchi. First, there are calls for Mitt Romney to be the next president of Harvard University. Second, a Provo water plant will help keep Utah lake clear of algal blooms. And third, 2 men are lucky to be alive after a shed collapses on them. Right now, 62 degrees in Salt Lake City. Back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
We just hung up the phone with the University of Utah associate professor and also an OBGYN, Dr. David Turek, and he was talking about Ozempic. They're calling them Ozempic babies. He didn't call them that, but the media is calling them that, and that women are getting pregnant, finding that they're getting pregnant after they take these drugs, even though they've struggled with pregnancy. And he made it very, very clear right out of the gates that this is probably more associated with the weight loss and then their ability to conceive than it is some sort of like magical hormone in those drugs.
It's not a new fertility drug. He was very clear about that. Now, this is still pretty new. These drugs are pretty new. They're finding out a lot about them. They were originally created for diabetics. We learned that it's very good at helping you lose weight. There may be other things that pop up, but he said, we don't have the data on that. We don't know if it does anything other than helps you lose weight. That we do know.
The times my friends have confided in me about difficulties getting pregnant, it's usually about a conversation regarding IVF and how much they're going to have to come up with in order to afford it. And I'm just looking at a USA Today financial breakdown on IVF. They did this like last month. They said the estimated average cost per IVF cycle is about $12,000. And that it can wind up costing as much as $25,000.
With no guarantee that it works.
Yeah. Our very own news director, Becky Bruce, reached out to us when she saw this was on the agenda for today and our discussion with the OBGYN doctor who teaches up at the University of Utah, Becky. And thank you so much for joining us for this conversation because it can be such a delicate conversation. Why don't you walk us through what you're willing and wanting to share with our listeners?
Yeah, I think I am so grateful to hear doctors talking about this openly now and doing so without the stigma and judgment that I got 22 years ago when we were talking about trying to conceive. To be frank with you, was diagnosed with probably the most common form of infertility when I was 23 years old. It's called polycystic ovarian syndrome, or PCOS, and it is caused by insulin resistance. Well, flash back to like 1999 or so, and we didn't know that officially. It was a working theory, but nothing was set in stone. And I found at the time that I knew way more about my body and my condition than any doctor did. They were at sea on this stuff. And I'm on online early internet boards with other women in the same boat, comparing notes about like, how are you managing your symptoms? And even those of us that weren't trying to conceive were getting at the time what I would basically call the weight loss brush off, which was, well, if you could just lose weight, you'd be fine. And that's great. But if you have insulin resistance, there are a number of reasons that make just lose weight a much more hard proposition, right? It's more than diet and exercise. You can diet and exercise all you want and still not lose weight if you have that insulin resistance piece. So you do need some kind of push, some kind of nudge to help you get over the hurdle. For me, I eventually did get pregnant. It took about 2.5 or 3 years on my own, kind of like a strike of lightning. I lucked out. I had lost some weight, and it took me a full 3 years to lose 30 pounds. That's how hard it was. So you talk about people on these weight loss programs that are like, I lost 10 pounds in a month. Like, that is not what you're looking at with something like PCOS. 10% of women, it's estimated, have this.
Was there a stigma that you battled back then, and do you think it's changed much over the last 20-something years?
Yeah, I think at the time, especially before I was trying to get pregnant, there really wasn't a lot of resources for women who have that condition but weren't trying to conceive. So, to be brutally honest, I went 2 years without a period, right? That's not normal. Went to see my doctor. I had gone through month after month after month of negative pregnancy tests because I'm like, something's weird with my body and I don't know what's going on. Keep getting negatives. It's super depressing. And my doctor's like, you're just not having a period. It's fine. Well, no, that's not fine.
That doesn't sound fine.
That is not
at
okay.
that age. It's fine at my age now.
Sure, mine too.
Post-menopause, but it would not be fine at that age.
Right.
It sounds like there was just a lot of unanswered questions, and you're trying to figure out, the answers through a dashboard online. When we spoke to Dr. Turek earlier, now, it appears that there is a lot more buy-in about weight loss and pregnancy.
And it's not surprising that a group of people who are heavier, who are more likely not to be ovulating, lower their weight, they ovulate, and then they're more likely to get pregnant.
And that's where the Ozempic and Wegovy and trizepatide or whatever an individual is using might help. And we talked about having that conversation, like how should the conversation go with your doctor? I would just be blunt with them. I would go in and say, do you think if I went on this weight loss drug for a couple of months and I lost a couple of pounds, would that help? What do you think?
Yeah, I do. I mean, even back around Y2K, when we were first having those discussion board conversations in the iVillage net forums or whatever we were on at the time, there were women who would talk about taking a really common diabetes medication that at the time was off label for this particular cause. It's called metformin. You might also know it as glucophage. It's a pill. It's not an injection. There were women who were getting pregnant on that, right? And it's the same thing. That one isn't necessarily for weight loss, but it treats insulin resistance, right? And so I think now that doctors have kind of cottoned on to the idea that there's an underlying thing here that if we treat, we're going to improve quality of life. And also, by the way, all the other symptoms that you have with PCOS and other infertility things could improve if you treat that underlying cause.
Becky, I just saw from the World Health Organization, they estimate 8 to 13% of reproductive age women have PCOS.
Yeah.
1 in 10.
Yeah, it is quite possibly the number one cause of infertility in women.
What are some of the other symptoms you experience so maybe women can
hear
and, this?
And here's where the stigma comes in, right? Because some of this is really embarrassing. So I told you that I went without a period for a long time. So you have infrequent or irregular menstruation. Acne is really, really common among women. So if you're, over your teenage years and you're thinking, what in the world is with my skin? That's a thing. Hair growth in places where you don't expect hair growth, almost kind of male pattern things. So some women will have to, frequently tweeze their chins or their upper lip.
That could be a sign.
Yeah, all of that stuff. Weight gain in a particular pattern. It's not just like all over weight gain, but if you kind of look apple shaped, that's part of it.
Around your belly.
And you also have higher risk for things like diabetes, gestational diabetes. And I, in fact, did wind up with both of those things. So to me, it was all about connecting the dots, right? And also, I think it's wild that in, 1999, I basically diagnosed myself because
without
my doctor,
medical school.
Right. I read this article on the internet and I was like, oh my gosh, I check all those boxes. I took it to my doctor's office and he was like, oh yeah, I thought about that, but you're young and healthy. And I was like, okay, but I fit all these boxes.
Well, you said this in the beginning, and I believe this is true. We know our bodies. We know our bodies so well, and what we need is confirmation from doctors who practice in that area to tell us, you're not crazy.
And you have to advocate for yourself.
Totally
I was
do.
22, 23-year-old me was really afraid to do that. I am not now.
Well, you're amazing, and thank you so much for sharing that with it. I think this by you coming in here and explaining all that to us will help a lot of women. We're going to podcast this later, so if you missed this discussion, not only with the doctor, the OBGYN we spoke to about these weight loss drugs, newer weight loss drugs, and pregnancy, you'll also catch the conversation we're just wrapping up now with our news director here at KSL News Radio, Becky Bruce.
Becky, I really appreciate you being willing to talk about this because I think too often, whether it's shame or embarrassment, whatever it might be, we just kind of hide. And I think this is a great conversation to have. You're a rock star. Thank you so much for 21-year-old miracle baby. I love it.
10:31 at KSL News Radio. I'm Tammy Kikuchi, KSL's top local story this hour. Some are calling on Utah Senator Mitt Romney to be the next president of Harvard.
This idea started with an op-ed in the Washington Post written by Daniel Rosen, the head of the American Jewish Congress, saying Romney, quote, has the moral courage and independence to identify the root sources of anti-Semitism at the university. Then yesterday, in the wake of what he called a, quote, mad season of anti-Semitism at Columbia, Senator John Fetterman, a fellow Harvard alum, shared that op-ed on X, saying he co-signs with the idea of the retiring Utah senator leading the Ivy League school. Romney got his JD MBA from Harvard before eventually serving as the governor of Massachusetts years later. He's yet to comment on the idea. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
2 men are recovering from minor injuries after a shed collapsed on them. It happened near 14th South and 9th East in Salt Lake City. Fire officials say one person was trapped under the roof and the other was hit by debris. Responding officers say the men are lucky to only have minor injuries. A new water treatment plant is going in at Utah Lake. KSL TV's Dan Rascone has more.
Millions of gallons of sewer water a day will one day go through Provo's new treatment plant and end up here at Utah Lake, our state's largest freshwater lake, spanning about 150 acres. Problem is, this lake is also known for its algae problem.
The plant will cut nutrients to that algae problem by about 80%. Your money at this moment, all markets are trending up. The Dow is at 243, NASDAQ at 238, and the S&P is at 58. We'll have some beautiful weather today. We'll have traffic and weather coming up next. KSL News Time, 10:33.
You know what's great about KSL's traffic coverage? Trained traffic reporters and real listeners.
Trading information and making the commute safer and faster for everyone.
Every 10 minutes on the nines, we have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and it is a regular occurrence. I'll have someone approach me. I'll have a friend call me, and they'll say, okay, let's talk about Connecticut. And I tell them about the experience Dee and I have had with 2 different systems in 2 different homes. And simply, Connecticut is the best. Now, I love to give these little science experiments occasionally. For example, now if your back can handle this, lift a 40-pound bag of salt just about to the height of your knees. Now lift the same bag to your chest 3 times in a row. Lifting 40 pounds to your knees once is easier than lifting 40 pounds to your chest 3 times, right? Well, you just demonstrated a major Connecticut soft water advantage. It is so much more efficient than anything else out on the market today. 2/3 less salt consumed in a Connecticut system. So I'd urge you to check out Connecticut, just as I advise my friends and acquaintances. The number to call is 801-576-8600 or go to softwaterutah.com.
Where does a journey to wellness begin? Do you start looking for diet ideas? Or searching for exercise plans? Actually, you don't have to look far. Just look to the first 2 letters of the word wellness. We means you don't have to figure it out yourself. It means your hopes and challenges are a perfect match for our knowledge and resources. It means anything you want to achieve, together, we can achieve better. Because wellness begins with we. Intermountain Health. The power of we.
It's been a rough winter for sure, but visitors are flocking to Box Elder County. Our feathered visitors, that is. Bear River Migratory Bird Refuge is busy hosting swans to swallows, geese to grebes. The spring migration is in full swing, and all that's missing is you. Box Elder County really is for the birds. Just a short 60 minutes north of Salt Lake, Box Elder County is the perfect place to make memories and celebrate spring, along with spending time with our feathered friends. You'll experience amazing restaurants and unique shopping. Come take a soak at Crystal Hot Springs, home to the highest mineral content of any natural hot springs in the world. Let the winter melt away as you relax and rejuvenate. Take in a theater performance at one of the live theaters or visit one of the fine museums. Visitors really are chirping all about Box Elder County. Check out visitboxeldercounty.com and see why Box Elder County is for the birds. That's boxeldercounty.com.
Set the hook on savings with the Shields Fishing Sale event now through April 28th, in-store and online. Peer into the depths with electronics from Garmin and Lowrance. Protect yourself from the sun with clothing from Hook and Sims. And rig your boat with a trolling motor from Minn Kota. Our passionate Shields fishing experts are ready to prepare you for your next fishing adventure. Buy with confidence, knowing you have everything you need for that next hook set at Shields and Shields.com.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. What's up, Heather Kelly?
We still have a crash northbound I-15 right near the top of the on-ramp from 3300 south in South Salt Lake. It's over on the right shoulder, but it's keeping traffic pretty slow and backed up to 4500 south. The good news is that's the only delay we have now across the Wasatch Front. Beat the spring cleaning rush and call Zero Res. Get 3 rooms plus a hallway Zero Resified for $99. Visit ZeroRes.com and book your appointment today. Zero Res. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Another perfect spring day with highs in the mid-70s, and tomorrow the temperatures will push up to the 80-degree mark, and temperatures will drop off 10 to 20 degrees Thursday and Friday with rain chances. Right now, mostly cloudy skies and 62 degrees. I'm Tammy Kikuchi from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com, where Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
I don't care where you fall on the political spectrum. This is going to be a lively debate with Jay Evenson, the opinion editor of the Deseret News. The question of the day is, should the United States still mint pennies? Pennies from heaven.
Okay, let me be totally honest. I love change. I love change in all its forms. I love the penny. I have a piggy bank I've had since I was 8 years old, Mr. Pig, and I fill up Mr. Pig every single year with pennies and nickels, dimes, quarters, and then I turn on my favorite show and I watch it and I count them out and I roll them up into little, containers, and then I take them to the bank. And it's over $100 every single year. How in the world could you hate the penny, Jay?
I can't compete with Mr. Pig, but I will say you're not circulating those pennies. And that's what the problem is in America, is nobody's circulating pennies or other small coins. We're all collecting them in jars and then going down and turning them in for money if the banks will accept it. The Wall Street Journal had a fascinating figure, I thought. It said that we throw away about $68 million worth of coins every year.
Whoa. Throw away?
Well, we're not like, tossing them into the garbage.
Sometimes I do.